1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 sound check 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 1 2
1 2 1 2
1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 sound check 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3
1 1 1 1 1. Make my volume here. No volume, no volume, no volume, volume, volume. Volume, 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 volume.
One, two, three, four, five. Second. Good morning. Are we good? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I call our meeting to order? And may I humbly request that we stand to welcome our key guest for this session. Madam Zulu, she's just about to enter, and then we can start the proceedings. Our greatest apology, she just had to make a quick detour, but she'll be here in the next minute. So can you humbly take your seats for now? Tulan. You mean her seat? Yeah. Oh, am I disturbing it?
No, it's perfect.
Okay, great. Yes, this is the moment we have all been waiting for. May I humbly request that we welcome our Deputy Minister? Thank you. So now you start. Because when you hand me over, we introduce you then with the objectives.
Thank you. We may all be seated. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, distinguished guests, I would like to welcome to this regional conference. First, I would like to introduce my colleague. Her name is Gyaleboga Kelly Tambuza. And then may I hand over to you, Kelly?
Good morning, everyone. And I'm sure we are all happy and excited to be here this morning. May I take this opportunity? I was not supposed to be introduced first. You know how it goes, right? We have to observe the protocol. May I take this opportunity? To acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister. Just, pardon me, just 1 minute. There's no first page. We lost it. Just introduce her, then I'll go with the
Okay,
next.
I would like to introduce the Deputy Minister of Social Development, Honorable Minister Henrietta Ipeleng Bogapane Zulu. She's the gender focal point and the political head on the gender-based violence in South Africa. And she's here representing the government of South Africa. Welcome, Minister, Deputy Minister.
Continuing with the introductions, let me also acknowledge the honorable members of parliament from SADC member states who are here present. We are also very blessed to have you amongst us this morning. We also have our distinguished guest. We have the SADC Secretariat, Head of the Gender Unit, Dr. Joseph Pito amongst us. We also have the German Ambassador in South Africa, Ambassador Dr. Martin. We also have the EU Ambassador to South Africa, Ambassador Rina Kionka. We also have UN Women, Chief of Ending Violence Against Women, based in headquarters of in New York, Mrs. Calliope. And we also have the Vice Executive President of the Ford Foundation, also based in New York, Ms. Hillary Pennington. We have also amongst ourselves Ms. Fiona Clark from the UK Department of International Development. And just to also acknowledge all heads of organizations and government departments here present, and also you yourself, the distinguished participants. May we all clap for ourselves and appreciate ourselves this morning. May I also take this opportunity to introduce my co-pilot, Mr. Tulani. Mr. Tulani Mabaso Matlangu works for GIZ as a senior technical advisor. So he will be my co-pilot for the next 2 days as we share and we enjoy the conference together. So let me hand over to Tulani to take us to the next phase of our program. Thank you.
Before we move to the official opening, I think it would be proper, Kelly, if you can take us through the objectives of this conference. So just in short, just to take us through so that we're in context.
Okay, that is a team spirit. That's how we work together. He completes my sentences. I have to complete his. Just as a reminder to all of us, we know why we are here, but just as a quick reminder to why we are in this meeting or in this conference, we are here to discuss, to share on new evidence on the prevention of violence and explore how best to translate research findings into policy and practice. Those who are working in the SADC region, which I believe is all of us, we know how this is a challenge in our area. The use of data, the use of research findings to inform our interventions, to inform our programs. So this conference is really looking at how best to use the evidence that we have and the emerging evidence that we have from research and different studies that we do in our countries and in the region, how we can use this to inform efforts around prevention of violence on women and girls. Specifically, we are going to look at identifying the gaps in data that need to be addressed in our region for improved violence prevention and the different response interventions. This conference is also going to provide us with an opportunity to understand how we can use, how we can use evidence to inform our legislations, our policies, and our programs. We are also specifically going to promote through this conference regional coalitions and partnerships that support cross-learning and coordinated and scaled-up action to prevent violence on women and girls. Lastly but not least, we are going to also use this conference as a platform to build consensus around priorities for action that are very consistent with those that are identified through the SADC regional strategy on gender-based violence and how we need to progress these priorities going forward. So it's important that out of this conference, we get our priorities for the region very much clear and transparent to all of us so that we can all contribute to addressing gender-based violence or violence against women and girls in this region. So thank you. May I invite Thulani now to welcome our guest speaker for the day. Thank you.
I've already introduced the Deputy Minister of Social Development, Honorable Henrietta Bukhopane Zulu. We have to get her surname right because most people get it wrong. It's Bukhopane Zulu. So, ma'am, may I invite you to welcome us? And yeah, so this will be the official opening of the conference.
Thank you very much. May I observe all the protocols, acknowledge the presence of the different excellencies in their different roles and responsibilities, the heads of the different missions to South Africa and to all the regions. I'm a very free spirit, so the podium disturbs my peace, so allow me to just walk away from the podium a little because it disturbs me. Okay, so yes, the international missions as well that are represented in the Republic of South Africa, the different non-governmental organizations that are invited, the private sector that is represented in this conference, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I know the morning is dull because it's raining, but there shouldn't be dull and sadness in the room. I'll have to try and remember very hard what the theme of the conference is. But what I know is that there's something about action. So I'll put aside the other part and just talk about action. We meet, let me pass the greetings of the government and the people of South Africa. And we welcome you to South Africa for those that are outside of South Africa, but also welcome and hope that those that are deployed on missions to South Africa is treating you well as a country and as a people. The topic is gender violence, and I think I've been in this space for as long as I can remember. I can't even remember for how long. But let me say that one of the things that worries me personally, that I want to leave as something to think about, is when we talk about programs, then we talk about evidence-based. It reminds me of global warming. The time that it took for any member state to do anything because Nobody wanted to believe that the ice on the Kilimanjaro is melting. They needed to first prove it before they could do anything. So I'm hoping as women are dying, as men are dying, as children are dying, the evidence that we're talking about is not the evidence that we need to want to test things, because there is no time. Time is not there. Evidence and research must find us in the process of action. So nobody can sit and say, we are waiting to prove. There is nothing to prove, because women are dying. And that is the bottom line. Women are dying. So if we want evidence, let's count the bodies. Let's remember their names, because they had a name, and that is what we must never forget. So if that is the case, then I'm happy, because it is by God's grace and mercy and favor that I'm the one standing here today. So I took it that in all, God had decided that I'll be here this morning, and I give him all the glory and the honor and the praise, because I was never meant to be here, but he made sure that I'm here, and it's an honor and a privilege to be here. Let me talk about 4 or 5 things, because one of the things that I was told is that we also will be looking about best practice. SADC, or Africa, it's a very diverse continent with different cultures, value systems, languages. But there is one thing that brings Africans together, and that is humanity and our ability to care about each other. That used to be the root, the glue that kept us together. But that glue isn't holding anymore. It's not holding because as a people, as Africans, we also want to belong to the whole globe. And for some reason, somebody, I don't know who, said to us, for you to belong to the globe, you need to do things the Western way. And I'm saying this because I grew up in a village. Today we're talking gender-based violence because we've lost the village. The village got lost. Because in the village, everybody was responsible for everybody. And everybody was held accountable for everything that they do. They knew, they understood that they belong to a community. And in this community, these are the values, these are the norms, these are the rules, and these are non-negotiables. As we transform, as we walk the road, as we integrate, remarry, transformation, which is none, because the world is becoming smaller, it's becoming, none of that is wrong. But we must acknowledge with it came the social structural ills that we are now to invest lots of money that we should be investing for development to reverse, which means retracing our steps and finding the village. Now, what happened at this village? At the village, there was order. There was the matriarch of the family, who was the head, male or female. Men knew that you do something that is not acceptable, you know what the punishment is. No child in the African context was ever an orphan, because it had nothing to do with who gave birth to you. It had everything to do with who lives in the village. So when you do something wrong, you'll get a hiding 5 times. While you cry in New York and they say, why are you crying? I so-and-so beat me, the other one beat you. I don't say I still believe in the children being beaten up. I don't want to be misunderstood. But in the practical term, what I mean is you had an obligation to respect everyone, irrespective of them being your biological fathers. Today, even us as parents, we take offense when somebody else says a word to our child. We take offense. It's none of your business. The child misbehaves in a supermarket and you politely say, baby, don't do that. Who gave you the right? Who gave you the permission? What we don't realize is that at that moment, our response, we have planted a seed that says to this child, if you don't agree with somebody, violence is the way to go. And we want to deal with violence now. Violence starts from the time the child is crawling. Right on the day when that child starts to crawl, or when the day that child is born, that child can hear, that child can understand, and that child can process. So the noise and the screaming of the fighting parents are internalized in that child's mind. And that child might not be speaking at that time, but that child will always remember that when you disagree with somebody, you make noise to make your point. And that is where violence starts. But we also sit today, we've got violence of children in schools. What we don't realize is that that village that we left the village with all the values, the norms and standards that represented the village. That is why the children are fighting and killing each other at school. Because if they came from the village, that was never there. Because that child knew the order, that when I am upset, this is where I'm going to offload. But we lost the village and all that represented it. Let me come to gender-based violence. Sometimes when we talk about this subject, we think we talk about women. But actually we talk about both. We talk about both men and women. And one of the things I hope you will be struggling with is that we tend to think that investing more in programs of women will get us to solving the issue of gender-based violence. No, it won't. For some of us, we've proved it. And since it's about evidence, the reality is women don't rape themselves. They don't beat themselves up. They don't kill themselves. The common denominator in all of this is something called a man. So if we think we are going to be investing more money on women's programs to deal with gender-based violence, that simply means the evidence we are talking about is pointing us to the wrong direction. It is time that we put the issue of gender-based violence at the doorstep of men in the world. It's their problem, not ours. We've carried it too long, nursed it, babysat it, marched, walked, screamed, petitioned, cried, danced. We've done, but it's not our problem. Let us begin to put the problem where it belongs, right at the feet of the men of the world. And let men stand up and hold each other accountable, not us. But bring it back to women. It is us who carry these men for 9 months. It is us who raise them. It is us who set their norms and standards. It is us as women who determine their values. The question that I hope will be answered is, what is the role of women? Not as victims of gender-based violence, but as contributors to the violence. Because women contribute to the violence in a big way. And I'll make 2-3 examples because the program director told me about time. So let me try and be on time. And now I'm an African woman, so time, let me try and be on the European time. I'll try very hard. Women contribute to gender-based violence. They are not just victims, they are also perpetrators. We run a program in the department called the Boys' Assemblies, headed personally by myself. So it's called Men and Boys Championing Change. Because we believe that the solution that will get us to ending gender-based violence sits with the empowerment and and holding accountable men. But investing in boys the same way we invest in girls. Because we've invested a lot in girls and literally ignored boys. But the question is, we prepared these strong girls, the girls that can stand up, but we are preparing them for who? Who are we preparing those girls for if we are not preparing the boys to match the girls? Because the girl will come with the confidence and the opportunity and exposure of having attended the different things and being told you are the queen, which is nothing wrong. But who told the boy that you are the king? So that when the king and the queen meet, they coexist in harmony, in peace. We have not done that. So we decided to do that. As the Department of Social Development, we decided that we are going to have the Men and Boys Championing Change program. Firstly, we are investing in boys because we want boys to remember they are just kings just as much as the girls are queens. But we also forget that in the boys there are teenage fathers. When we talk and design programs, we design them for teenage mothers. But I can tell you, because I've done 9 provincial boys' assemblies and 1 national one. Actually, when I leave here, I'm on my way to a boys' assembly for the province of the Western Cape. So I can say in confidence, because I've sat in the presence of more than 20,000 boys in the past 2 months, in person, from the beginning to the end. So I can say without fear or favor, the teenage fathers, sometimes are denied to see their children. And that anger builds up, and they will take it out on my daughter one day. Because that child would have been the element that softened and went to the softer part of that boy. But the lack of men to take responsibility for their children. We sit and we watch one channel which I hate with all my heart and soul. 157, Pay Your Pap Geld. All those programs that are not actually adding any value. And one of the boys said to me, when I say women contribute to gender-based violence, so let us not deal with women like they are only victims. They are also contributors. And one of the boys said to me, I asked the question, I said, how many of you are raised by single mothers? And they all raised their hands, and one stood up and said, well, Deputy Minister, there's something that is breaking me inside. And I'm like, okay, son, what is it? And he said, my mother, every time I ask her who my father is, her response is, don't ask me about that thing that never sent you a 12.5 kg. And that is the boy is 15, and he says, from the age of 5, I got the same answer. And I am dying inside. Because every time I ask my mother, she just tells me about a 12.5 kg, and she becomes angry. What does it take to just say your father is so and so? No matter what happened between the two of you, as women, it is times like those when we are not victims, but we are contributors because we raise angry boys. And the one boy said to me, Deputy Minister, I asked my mother 100 times who my father is, and she told me she does not know. But on the day, and he was 12, he said to me, I was taken and I was shown a man lying in a coffin. And I was told, here lies your father. And I was meeting that man for the first time in the 12 years of my life. So how is it that all my life my mother told me she does not know who my father is, but when he died, they all remembered I exist. And nobody ever followed up and cared about how I feel as a 12-year-old boy to meet my father in the coffin. That is when women contribute to gender-based violence. So when we want to talk about the issue of gender-based violence, it is very easy for us to call men trash. It's easy. But I have sat and I've interacted. I know I've got 2 minutes left. I can see you are coming up. With 30,000 men since we started the Men Championing Change. Actually, with more than 100,000 men. And I'll just take 2 examples. The men said, Deputy Minister, we want to believe we are the men that are ready to join you in your campaign with the Deputy President on Men Championing Change. Takuani riime. But let's ask you a practical question. Where are the services for men? And one man stood up and said, I have been out of jail for 3 years. For 3 months, I served 25 years for killing my wife. Yes, I served my prison sentence, but I have my children that I will have to explain to the day that I die why they are motherless. And he says, Deputy Minister, on that day, I needed somebody to talk to. And only if I had somewhere to go and somebody to talk to, besides my friends at the bar, that says, Pegwake, a voice that balances out what is happening, or a place like a shelter or somewhere, my wife will still be alive. So as you sit here, stand here, Deputy Minister of Social Development, where are the services for men? And we did an audit. I'm talking about South Africa. We only have one shelter for men in Johannesburg and nothing else. So as we speak best practice, we've just launched the lounge. We want to thank the government of Germany and the people of Germany for investing in us. With our country partnership, we've built 17 community care centers, and we are opening safe spaces for men as part of that program to support the issue around safe spaces for men, because we can't mix them in the shelters that we run for women. So we are rolling out safe spaces for men. That's another best practice that you can look at. But we have the 24-hour command center, 0800 428 428, run, managed 24 hours by social workers, which is the first entry point. As I conclude, which I will come back to the stage just before you close, because there's something I need to do. I want to say to all of you, it is time. In the same way HIV went to the core, to the deepest values, to the pain, to everything that we believed in, we gave it our all. It is time for us to understand that femicide and gender-based violence, there are no holy cows. We are equally guilty. We all contribute one way or the other to the status that we find ourselves in. So when we design the programs, let us design the programs that are responsive and that takes into consideration each and every element from the day the child is born to the day the child ends, the motherhood or fatherhood title. Thank you very much.
We have to thank the Deputy Minister. DM, thank you very much for reminding us as men that gender-based violence is our problem. And also I'd like to assure the Deputy Minister that as a man, I stand up here, and also I'm speaking on behalf of, maybe, should I say all or most men who are, let me say all men who are in the room. We are taking the responsibility, Deputy Minister, as men. So thank you for reminding us that evidence and research will also find us in the process. And ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, let's not forget the names of the victims. They all have names, and most of them, they are our victims as men. We have failed our society as men. Deputy Minister, we are taking the responsibility. I would like to move now with the program, just to introduce everyone who is in the room. I know all the names of all the participants here in the room. So I'll start calling all your names one by one. As I call your name, please stand up. So we are going to start with those participants who traveled all the way across the Atlantic. Can we see those people, and then by the raise of or show of hands, or if you don't mind, you can stand. You are welcome. It's an honor to have you here. And then those who traveled all the way from, across Limpopo, Libombo, Orange River, those are coming from SADC countries, across from the Indian Oceans. Yeah, SADC. Those who traveled. And then can you also see those who work for government?
Let's see the government officials here.
And then our important partners, civil society, NGOs. Our honorable members of parliament. And then last, those who are involved in research at the moment. Thank you, and it's indeed a great honor and privilege to have you here, and thank you for coming. And now we are moving with our program. Just before we move with our program, some few housekeeping issues, and then emergency exit is clearly marked, and I'm sure we're not going to use it, but you can use it as an exit, but not as an emergency exit. We're not going to get to that, hopefully. And then the bathrooms are on my right-hand side. You go out, and then you turn left, this left. And I would like now to recognize the organizers of the conference, GIZ, and in collaboration with the Ford Foundation, SADC, the South African Medical Research Council, WattWorks, UK Aid, DFID, and also the support from the EU and Canada. And then I would also like to invite our representative from our partners and organizers to come to the stage to give us short welcoming remarks, 2 minutes each. And I would like to call upon Dr. Joseph Pitso from SADC. He's the head of a gender unit. And German Ambassador to South Africa, Ambassador Dr. Martin Schäfer. You may come to the stage, sir. And then EU Ambassador to South Africa, Ambassador Rina Kionka. And all the way from New York, the head of UN, she's the chief of Ending Violence Against Women, Ms. Kalopi Mengiori. And from New York as well, it's a pleasure to have you here, ma'am. The executive, the vice executive president of Ford Foundation, Ms. Hilary Pennington. And representing UK Department of International Development, DFID, we have the Social Development Advisor, Ms. Fiona Clark. So we're going to start with Dr. Pitso, just to give us short welcoming remarks on behalf of the SADC Secretariat.
Good morning. We're given 3 minutes, now it's been reduced to 2 minutes, so I'd like to straight away go into what I would like to say here. I'm a person who is Sometimes I suffer from verbal diarrhea, so I'd like to just stick to the script. On behalf of the Executive Secretary of SADC, Dr. Stegomena Lawrence Tex, who would have liked to be here, but couldn't due to competing interests, and on my own behalf, I would like to convey to all of you participating in this very important meeting a heartfelt welcome. It is indeed an honor for me to welcome you to Johannesburg, collaboration with GIZ and many other partners that have been listed before, to South Africa for this important 2 days meeting. But because we don't have time, and I do know that majority of us do not know what SADC is and what SADC Secretariat is, I would like to spend my time telling you about what we do and why we are here. Ladies and gentlemen, SADC Secretariat is the executive arm of Southern African Development Community, commonly known as SADC, and we, as SADC, we undertake strategy development, planning, monitoring, and we promote regional cooperation and regional integration agenda. The function of strategic development that we do, we believe must be based on quality research and policy analysis on key areas of regional cooperation and integration. And I would like to also mention that gender within SADC is really recognized because the SADC Treaty, which established SADC, looks at gender as a cross-cutting and enabler of sustainable development. We also have two blueprint documents called Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, and we have Strategic Indicative Plan of the Organ on Defense, Politics, and Security. And these two campaign documents, they recognize gender as a cross-cutting issue, and they also prioritize gender-based violence. It is because of this that we have actually premised gender-based violence within the broad concept of human security, because we do believe that without peace and security in the home, you cannot talk about human security. I would also like to mention that at the SADC Secretariat, we have what we call SADC Protocol on Gender and Development. And this protocol is aligned, before it was aligned to the Millennium Development Goals, but now, after they elapsed, we revised it and aligned it to the SDGs, to the Agenda 2063, as well as Beijing Plus 20 review. And from this SADC protocol, we have part 6 that is specifically dedicated to gender-based violence. And this part 6, we have Article 20 to 25, which stipulate approaches that should be used to respond to the scourge of violence. And we are very happy that you are here. You will be knowing about this regional strategy and framework of action. And I would like to also mention that as a regional body, we coordinate, we facilitate, we monitor. We are also a think tank, but we don't implement. We work with our member states, and we facilitate our member states, and every year they report at meeting of ministers responsible for gender and women's affairs what they have done. And this afternoon, we will be telling you more about this regional strategy and framework of action for addressing gender-based violence. Member states will be showcasing the best practices of what they have been doing, because at the time of developing this strategy, when we did situational analysis, already 14 member states had national action plans. So we are urging them, because we believe that this is a cutting-edge document that should be followed, that those that have developed and the national action plans, they should now look at this strategy and make sure that they align it. With those few words, I would like to welcome all of you partners and say that we are here. We are here so that at the end we don't duplicate efforts. We see who can do what and when and where. With those few words, I've been told my 3 minutes, which is now 2 minutes, is up. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you for your inspirational words. We've just heard from you. Friends and partners from across the Atlantic, from the SADC region, from SADC, from South Africa, colleagues from the European Union, the UK, Canada, and elsewhere. Actually, what I would like to do with the few minutes that I've been given is to tell you a story. It is a story about 300 young men and women from Germany who decide after their matric to come to South Africa to spend an entire year here to do social work. We support them by giving them scholarships, by identifying NGOs in Germany and in South Africa who are willing to take those young boys and girls on board in order to have them to go to South Africa and in other parts of the world and to do social work here in the townships and in the rural areas. And I must say, I am devastated to tell you that I heard only the day before yesterday that for the second time in less than a year, one of the girls that has been brought with the support of the German government has been raped. She was in the Eastern Cape and she did nothing but do a walk on the beach and she was raped. And now I stand before you as the ambassador of Germany, and it is my role and my obligation, together with my colleagues, to make a recommendation to my government to see whether we can continue this program. We have been sending many thousand young Germans right after their school to make a lifetime experience, to make the experience of Ubuntu, to make the experience of solidarity amongst humans. And now, what do you think? Can we send young boys and girls from Germany to South Africa if the probability of one of them being raped is as it is? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. Maybe you have. And you see, with the responsibility I carry to make sure that the Germans that come to South Africa do not face this kind of experience, we have to make choices. And it's not only the sad story of this young little 18-year-old girl who came to South Africa to help and has gone home being traumatized, being raped, and being assaulted. It might be the story of many thousand young Germans, boys and girls, who could and who have wanted to come to South Africa and who might not be able to do that anymore because of that. That is the story I would like to share with you. I was last year present at the Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence, and I'm sure there's many of you amongst you who were there with me too. And I still could have tears in my eyes and cry when I remember the testimonials of the women that in front of the President of the Republic of South Africa told their stories. It was stories of humiliation, of rape, of wasted lives, of violence, and of despair. And I think we're all in this together. It is a great common effort of all of us in South Africa and beyond, because gender-based violence, of course, is not limited to Southern Africa. We in Germany have our own problems with it, but it is a great effort that this country, under the leadership of your president, has undertaken to make sure that this will improve and as soon as possible. And I'm proud to say that we are in this with you. I'm proud to say that we want to contribute. This conference, together with our partners, is an expression of that solidarity with South Africa to make sure that gender-based violence, the scourge of gender-based violence, is contained and is fought against with all the power it needs. And I'm glad to see so many engaged and committed people from all walks of life. We are in this together. Let's make the the theme of this conference be a reality. Let's go for action. Thank you very much.
Madam Deputy Minister. Thank you. My thanks also for your inspiring words, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, partners, guests. Thank you to, first of all, to JESET and the partners for organizing this conference, which is certainly timely, both from the perspective of South Africa as well as Southern Africa. If violence is a social disease, then the solution also must lie within society itself. And that's why it's important to have conferences like this, because we know that collaboration is vital, especially in the implementation phase. The European Union strongly supports the participation of civil society organizations in this policy process, the policy dialogue, and that's why I'm so happy to see so many of you here. I'm proud to say that in the European Union, gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls are seen as a fundamental human right. Equal treatment, equal opportunities for women, eradicating violence against women and girls. Frankly, ladies and gentlemen, this is a no-brainer. It's the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. And that is why the EU has placed gender equality and women's rights at the very center of our foreign policy through the EU's Gender Action Plan, which is implemented jointly with EU member states. But nobody is perfect. Certainly the EU is not. Finally, we have something close to gender parity in the new leadership of the EU, which took office on Sunday. But we still have huge problems with gender, pay gaps, with violence as well, and so we can certainly learn from each other. I would be willing to bet that every single person in this room has in some way encountered gender-based violence, either themselves, they've become survivors, or their daughter has, or their sister has, or their coworker, or their mother, and we don't talk about it. And this allows the violence to thrive in the darkest corners of our societies. And that's why the EU is also trying to put our money where our mouth is. We're helping with the global EU-UN Spotlight Initiative to help survivors come back into the light. We want to start a global movement to end all forms of violence against women and girls. And in the SADC region, the member states benefiting are Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. In addition, the EU is involved in a project called Support to Peace and Security in the SADC region to the tune of 15 million, as well as strengthening the capacity of SADC and SADC member states to address sexual and gender-based violence within the countries of the region. In South Africa itself, we have a 10 million euro program on gender equality and women's empowerment that is pending, and we're waiting for the counter-signature right now from the finance minister, in fact. Otherwise, if that doesn't come within days, we lose the funding. The European Union would like to work more closely with regional stakeholders on this all-important issue, including in very practical ways, how the EU can actually help support governments' actions. Violence against women and girls has no place in Europe. It has no place in Southern Africa. It has no place in South Africa or anywhere in the world, not in this day and age. So this is why it's a priority for us. And as we sit here, it's the dawn of day 10 of the international campaign, 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. And the title of this conference is Moving from Evidence to Action. So I would echo the words of the Deputy Minister in asking us all to ask ourselves, what can I do today, tomorrow, and in the next weeks to make this violence stop? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished friends and colleagues. I'm very honored to be here with all of you today and also to celebrate, in a way, the 16 days of activism to eliminate violence against women and girls. I'm so happy to see that especially prevention of violence against women and girls has gained such important ground the last few years. 10 years ago, we were not talking about prevention of violence against women and girls in the same way. I'm so proud to see so many actors getting together, joining forces in order to really try to eliminate violence against women and girls. So far, we've seen very significant efforts to address violence against women and girls, and still the rates are very alarming. 1 in 3 women around the world, and in some countries, it's really getting up to 70%. And we have realized that it's important to address the immense needs of survivors, of course, and the aftermath of violence, but addressing just the symptoms of such violence is not enough. And that's why addressing the root causes of violence, which lies in gender inequality, gender-based discrimination, and other risk factors, it's very important in order to eliminate violence against women and girls. The new Sustainable Development Goals, the new development agenda, talks about elimination of violence against women and girls, and we can achieve elimination only if we address the root cause of such violence. And such prevention work needs to happen at all levels, including within institutions, and institutions that they are called to provide quality services to survivors in order to be able to address the unconscious biases that they really impede providing quality services to survivors. Of course, such prevention needs to happen in a continuum, both addressing the root causes and also providing quality services to survivors. I'm very happy to announce, probably you have heard already, that we have a new policy framework, the so-called RESPECT framework, that UN Women developed together with the World Health Organization and other organizations, with very extensive consultations by the civil society and other actors. And by now, a lot of governments have endorsed it, and a lot of non-governmental organizations. And I'm going to talk about it a little bit later in more detail. And this new policy RESPECT framework, it has included 7 the most updated evidence-based strategies that Professor Jukes is going to talk about later. And I'm inviting all of you to also endorse it in order to help having this shared understanding of what prevention entails and what we need to do in order to have an evidence-based approach to addressing violence against women and girls. This conference and this meeting comes at a point of very important global developments. You may remember that next year, it's the 25 years review of the progress of the Beijing Platform of Action in order to see what kind of progress have we made for achieving gender equality. Violence and examining violence against women and girls will be a very important area of examination, as violence against women and girls is an impediment to achieving gender equality in general. You may have heard the Global Platform of Generation Equality, and I would like to invite all of you to join us in this Generation Equality platform in order to join forces, in order to build partnerships, and to make sure that evidence and research is transformed into action. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thanks to all of you for your presence here today and your commitment to this issue. I'm really honored to be with you during this week of the 16 Days of Activism and also regionally for the commemoration of Madiba's death, and to do what we are doing here, which is to commit to action. To commit to action because against violence against women and girls, because we know that no country can be free unless its women and girls are safe and free. At the Ford Foundation, addressing inequality is the center of everything we do. And if we want to reduce gender inequality, we have to work to reduce the scourge of violence against women and girls, because we believe that a world that holds the promise of justice has to be premised on all women and girls living their lives in dignity and in safety. So we at Ford, like all of you here, continue to be inspired by the tireless and brave women who are doing transformative work to end violence against girls and women, from the US to Mexico, Brazil, India, France, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, and right here in South Africa, and the men who are partnering with them. And at the same time, we also want to call out how these activists, these women and girls in particular, have been under-resourced for far too long by foundations, by bilateral and multilateral agencies, and by other funders. We must join to match the boldness of survivors and activists to help ensure that their movements for change translate beyond hashtags to durable transformation. Because women and girls, particularly Indigenous women and girls, Black women and girls, lesbian, trans, and bisexual women and girls, and disabled women and girls, are reaching for each other like never before to build power and shape the solutions for the future. And this gives us hope. Just as we get hope from this region's progressive frameworks, such as the SADC Gender Protocol, the only protocol of its kind on the continent of Africa, and its recently enacted regional strategy and framework for action for addressing GBV, which emphasizes the need for effective prevention programs in the region. And we draw inspiration as we watch young feminists and a new generation of women from the hashtag Total Shutdown movement in South Africa as they demand change. We know from evidence-based research that women and girls have the power to make lasting change, and prevention is possible. But we must ensure that more resources are directed towards women's rights and feminist movements for deeper, longer-term support that focuses on prevention and power building, because that is the way that we ultimately can transform the structures and systems of inequality that drive violence. And we also believe that to effect lasting change, we need to build broad-based alliances, like what we will be doing here together, where governments, advocates, policymakers, and philanthropists are following the lead of survivors. Social justice private foundations like my own often struggle to find the correct balance and ways to partner with others, with governments, bilateral and multilateral agencies, and the private sector. But we are hoping to change that as we move forward, because we cannot keep asking civil society and women's rights organizations to coordinate, collaborate, and partner better if we do not practice what we preach and start to partner better. So at the Ford Foundation, we hope that the partnerships forged here in this regional conference are a step towards making that a reality, because together we can realize the vision of survivors, activists, and movements of women and girls to end violence against women and to build a world in which they live in safety and in dignity. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to stand up here today and speak next to ambassadors and high-level officials of important organizations working on violence against women, as I represent Nigel Casey, the British High Commissioner, who unfortunately couldn't be here at this particular moment, but is on his way and will be part of the high-level panel later on this morning. It's a great pleasure for UK Aid and for DFID to join forces with GIZ, the Ford Foundation, SADC, the United Nations, in order to hold this important event. An important event that, as the Deputy Minister pointed out, will focus on action and focus on what works to prevent violence against women. We all know the statistics, we all know the level of the problem that we face, and we have a pretty good idea what the root causes of violence are. But it is important now to see what we do in order to tackle this tremendous problem that this region and other regions in the world are facing. We also know that the impacts of violence are lifelong. They last throughout the life of women, from the girl child through their adult life and into old age. And it's important to tackle violence across the life course and through the whole life cycle of women and men. UKAID is a committed partner to tackle violence against women and girls at home as well as abroad, and we're therefore keen to see what really works to reduce violence against women and girls, but also to prevent it before it happens. It's for that reason that in 2014, DFID invested £25 million in a research program called the What Works to Prevent Violence Against Women research project, which will be explained in more detail by Professor Rachel Jukes following this session. The research is a global public good, which we hope will support others also to guide their investment in interventions proven to work. Violence against women is preventable, and that has been shown by this research, which has looked at a range of interventions and efforts across 16 different countries. Those interventions, some of them have been shown to reduce violence by 50%, even over a very short space of time, and Rachel will be sharing more details of the findings after this. DFID has also announced, as a follow-up to the What Works programme, a new phase called Impact at Scale, which is a significant investment of £67 million over 7 years that will build on the pilots of the What Works programme to work in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. It will look in particular at communities affected by conflict and the violence that affects women and children in those communities. It will in particular focus on tackling violence against women and people with disabilities, and it will especially try to tackle violence against children in order for us to break the cycle of intergenerational violence and passing of violence from one generation to the next. So as I said, it's an unusual pleasure for me to stand up here, in particular as my High Commissioner has just walked in the door, but you will be hearing from him very shortly at the high-level panel after Rachel's presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our speakers for the morning. May I invite you back to your tables? All right. I believe we are honored this morning to have such great minds and also willingness. This is willingness at a different level to engage in the response to gender-based violence. From what I picked, most of the speakers this morning are speaking a lot on prevention of violence. Can we get to a point where we prevent gender-based violence before it starts? Prevention, I think it's what we are really getting from all the keynote speakers. Just in quick to highlight how the day is going to progress, we will be in the plenary room until lunchtime. We are going to have a keynote speaker to speak more on the theme of the conference, followed by a high-level panel discussion to get feedback from different specialists in the area and key partners accordingly. The afternoons, we will go to our clinics, to our parallel sessions, where we will each attend the different discussion points as per our interest and as shown during the registration process. And we will conclude the day by all attending an evening cocktail. I believe all of us will be there because that is, I think, the fourth or the third objective of the conference. We need to network, we need to talk to each other, we need to see how we learn and share resources amongst ourselves. So may I at this point, the video is okay. Okay, may I at this point just introduce a very brief video that we want to share with you. It's looking at how to stop violence before it starts. Are we good? Ready for the video? Yes. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a very informative video, right? Do we think it's possible to prevent violence against women and girls? Who thinks it's possible and it's doable? Okay, half of us. So we still have the half that believes this is nothing, we cannot achieve this. But it's very much doable. The video actually summarizes it very nicely. And the SADC regional strategy on addressing gender-based violence also speaks to that. It's very, very possible to prevent gender-based violence. We all need to come to the table, all of us. May I, at this point, introduce our next speaker? Professor Rachel Jukes. I'm sure most of us have heard about her. We have read about her. We have seen her materials. Professor Rachel Jukes is the Executive Scientist for Research Strategy in the Office of the President of the South African Medical Research Council, MRC. She's also the former Director of MRC's Gender and Health Research Unit. Please read through her bio in her profile. In the agenda there, see her great work. Then you'll understand where she's coming from. She's also going to speak to us about the theme of the conference and show us how it's possible to prevent violence against women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, Deputy Minister, honourable ambassadors, and everybody else who's in the room this morning. And thank you very much to all the conference organisers for inviting me to speak and to share many of the things we've learned over the last 6 years from the What Works to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls global programme. This part of the What Works programme has been run from the South African Medical Research Council, and we've worked with our colleagues from Social Development Direct, and I'm very pleased that Kate Bishop is in the room today, and from the London School of Hygiene to manage the programme with partners from all of the different countries that we've been working with over the last 6 years. The video you've just seen was one of the products from the programme, and we have a website that has all of our videos, and that is but one of them. And I really encourage you to look at our website and to use our materials where you think they'll be beneficial. So what is What Works? This DFID flagship programme has been generating new knowledge on drivers of violence, on what works to prevent violence, and on the costs of violence prevention. We've been working in 13 countries in Africa and in Asia, and we've evaluated 15 violence against women and girls prevention interventions, and we've been working with 6 costing studies over the years. And you can see in this map, the countries are all mapped out in red. And I think if you come from a What Works country, I hope you can, the map is clear enough and you can identify yourself on the map. So one of the things we've been doing in our research has obviously been collecting data about the prevalence of violence in the different settings. And although we have this figure that globally 1 in 3 women and girls have experienced violence in their lifetime, you can see from this graph that almost every country where we were working, the women reported levels of violence that they'd experienced in the past 12 months that were higher than the global figure. The lowest figure here from Afghanistan only includes physical violence and would certainly be above the global figure if it included sexual violence. What I find quite interesting is that we see on the extreme left-hand side of the slide the figure for South Africa. Now, this figure actually comes from interviews with women in Durban, in eThekwini, but we got very similar prevalence from the men we were interviewing, and also from men we interviewed in Johannesburg. The line there shows you the past year prevalence of physical or sexual violence from the Demographic and Health Survey. And you can see that it is 6 times lower than the figure that we had reported to us as past year prevalence in Durban. And I think what this tells us, which is incredibly important, is that we have 2 key problems. One is we have very many countries, particularly on our continent in Africa, but also the countries we worked with in Asia, that have a very, very high prevalence of women and girls experiencing violence each year. But the other thing it tells us, which we can see particularly from the South African data, is that there are settings within countries that may have a much higher prevalence than the national prevalence. And the figure that we're looking at from South Africa, that from Durban, and the same figure from Johannesburg, were both informal settlements across the population. And we don't forget about women and girls who are most vulnerable, living in the deepest poverty in our countries. This slide shows drivers of violence, and we have been learning more about what drives violence and to understand how women and girls become subjected to violence throughout the What Works programme. I think the key ideas were beautifully captured by the animation that we've just seen. It's incredibly important that we understand violence against women and girls as rooted in patriarchal privilege and the disempowerment of women within our countries. It's incredibly important that we see the violence meted out to women as being intimately connected to the violence that is meted out to children in our homes, in our schools, and violence that may be meted out to neighbours or criminals within communities. The normative use of violence is one of the key drivers. And obviously, where we're talking about violence against women, it is the general acceptability of the use of violence against women that we have to combat as a key idea in prevention. We know that the gender inequality and normative use of violence are intimately linked to poverty and low levels of education within our community, much as they cut across all social classes. And we know that they are both driven by poor communication and relationship conflict responses, poor mental health and substance abuse, the experience of children to trauma, neglect during childhood, and conflict, which is a problem in so many countries of our continent. And I think it is critically important as we put together our programme of action for preventing violence that we understand the vital need to address these core drivers. So within What Works, what have we been doing? We've been looking at studies that basically have looked at 4 different types of programming. We've been looking at community activism approaches to shift harmful gender attitudes, roles, and social norms. Gender transformative and economic empowerment intervention approaches. Prevention of violence among and against children. And approaches that target couples and other special groups. The interventions we've been evaluating try and impact at different levels of the ecological model. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the discussion around the ecological model as a way of thinking about drivers of violence. The fact that violence is driven by factors that impact at an individual level, at a relationship level, at a community level, and obviously across our societies, where the institutional frameworks of laws and policies are critical in impacting the level of violence. And within What Works, what we've shown is that many of the interventions map on to different levels of the ecological model. And in this particular image, the darker interventions were the ones that have been shown to be more effective in preventing violence. So what have we been learning? Well, the first group of interventions I want to talk to you about are the community activism approaches. And you can see that from this map that we've been looking at these in a number of countries. And even though we've been looking at different settings at Ghana, the DRC, Rwanda, South Africa. There have been many commonalities in these interventions deployed in Africa. And we've also had a study that we've been looking at community activism within Nepal. These interventions all work with essentially volunteers, community activists who are carefully selected for walking the talk of gender-based violence prevention, trained and supported and organized and deployed in community action teams. It's not a random approach, it's an approach where people are very carefully trained and supported to undertake particular work. In these projects, the work has been largely supported by manuals and materials, sometimes with very clearly defined curriculum that the activists take people through in the community. And the core ideas that their work have been challenging have been norms on gender relations and attitudes towards the acceptability of the use of violence within communities. In many settings, these interventions have provided direct support for survivors or have directly engaged couples affected by intimate partner violence. And they've often also worked with local and religious and traditional leaders to try and gain their support for the program, and with state actors from the police, judiciary, health, social services to try and strengthen their responses to violence. It's not just what works that's been using these interventions and evaluating them. And we can say that across the body of literature, and there have now been 8 evaluations of these programs, that there is good evidence that when the interventions using community activism to change gender attitudes and social norms are well designed and well implemented, they can be effective in reducing violence. But this is a multi-year project, and only very strongly designed and implemented interventions work. In what works, we've seen that critical in distinguishing between the ones that do and do not work is that the community activists need to be very well trained and supported to be effective. The intervention needs to go beyond awareness raising, because awareness raising on its own does not stop violence. So they have to very often include awareness raising, but they need to go beyond that to meaningful interpersonal engagement, and they need to address drivers of violence using participatory methods. Effective interventions constructively engage community leadership, and they engage the police, health services, other key actors within communities. And through doing this, they convey a very powerful message that we care about survivors, we care about there being an effective and supportive response for people experiencing violence. These interventions, when they're more effective, directly engage couples who experience violence and enable access to services where needed. But when they're successful, they're all long interventions, multi-year. They need to be based on a strong contextual understanding and theory of change, and they need to be very carefully prepared, with each stage carefully thought through and resourced, with proper materials where needed. The second group of interventions I want to talk to you about are the gender transformative and economic empowerment interventions. And this map again shows the countries we've worked in. In What Works, we've had one program in Africa, and that's been in eThekwini. And Laura Washington from Project Empower, who has led the intervention, is in the room. In the other settings, we've been working in Asia, in Afghanistan, in Tajikistan, in Nepal, and in Bangladesh. These interventions have been driven from our understanding that poverty and financial dependence of women on men are incredibly important drivers of violence. This image here shows the two-directional relationship between household poverty and food insecurity and violence, where we see in poorer homes women have lower social status, much more stress, poorer health and education, and this drives their dependency, lowers their power within households and communities, and makes them much more vulnerable to violence, and then violence in turn impoverishes them, reduces their social capital and capabilities, impairs their health, and reduces their productivity and engagement. So these interventions try and break this cycle. And we've seen that our work, combined with the field overall, looking at economic programs, enables us to conclude that there is compelling evidence supporting the effectiveness of many of these interventions. We've seen that cash transfers can reduce women's experience of intimate partner violence, that gender transformative interventions combined with economic empowerment programs both reduce IPV as well as preventing possible backlash, and they improve the effectiveness of the economic component. The one cautionary note I'll say is there now are sufficient evaluations that have looked at only economic interventions, microfinance, savings, livelihoods, that are not combined with gender transformative interventions. And we can tell you that these do not enable women to reduce their exposure to violence on their own. You have to do more. So in What Works, we've been combining gender transformative and economic empowerment interventions. And we've seen that these can be incredibly effective. In this graph, it shows you the prevalence of violence reported by women and men in Tajikistan who had been through the program we were evaluating. And what is incredibly interesting is not just do you see that all of the graph columns reduce in size as you go from baseline through to 30 months. But I will tell you that this intervention only operated between baseline and 15 months, and we then withdrew the support, so that the impact that we saw that was beneficial, reducing violence, was sustained for 15 months after the intervention. And I think this shows you tremendous potent power of these types of interventions. This intervention combined a gender transformative component with a component coaching families to set up income-generating activities and providing some start-up funds for their income-generating activity, supporting them with business advice through the months where we were working directly with the families. We have shown in this intervention the value of working with families, because an interesting thing about this intervention, and one we evaluated in Nepal, is that we saw the families as the economic unit, and we actually worked with women and men of younger and older generations in this particular program. In the work we did in South Africa, we showed the value of working with poor and marginal men on a combined economic empowerment and gender transformative intervention, and showed that this enabled the men to significantly reduce their use of violence. What was key with the economic component with men was it enabled men to come to the table, to engage around issues of gender and power in a way that wouldn't otherwise have been possible. So we've shown huge value in these interventions, but they have to be sufficiently intensive. They must be delivered by highly trained and supportive staff, and the quantum of economic empowerment needs to be meaningful. The next group I want to talk to you about are some of the couples interventions, and we've looked at couples programming in Rwanda, in Zambia, and in Nepal and in India. We've shown, when we looked at our work and the field overall, that there's good evidence that couples interventions are effective for reducing women's experience of violence, and that they can be delivered safely. Couples' approaches to addressing IPV and alcohol use have been particularly impactful, and we know that alcohol use interventions delivered with individuals often run into problems because the drinking patterns are often relationally sustained, and so the supportive engagement of the other partner in the couple is incredibly important. We've also shown great effect with parenting interventions that engage couples around the birth of the child. Within What Works, we've been looking at the family, economic and gender empowerment interventions, and I showed you the Tajikistan example. We've been looking at interventions for substance abuse-driven violence, which is a particularly important subcategory of violence that we deal with. We've been looking at interventions with highly patriarchal and traumatized populations, and we've seen counselling used as an adjunct to the social norms changed interventions with the community activists. What we've shown is that these interventions can be effective where they address key drivers of violence. But the one caveat is that in order to use them, the couple needs to be publicly acknowledged as a couple. And we had one intervention where these programs didn't work, and that was with sex workers, with their intimate partners. This intervention was used in India in a setting where the male intimate partners were actually generally married to other women. And so the couples were not acknowledged, even though some of them had lasted for 20 plus years. And this was a very difficult context to use them. But in other settings, couples interventions clearly can be effective with the general population and can be very effective with where psychotherapeutic approaches are used to address combined problems of harmful alcohol and drug use and common mental health problems. The fourth group we've looked at in What Works have been programming with children. Programming with children is vital. Not only do we know that from the teenage years, children in countries where there's a lot of dating are exposed to violence, but we also know that even in countries where there isn't a lot of dating, and we've been working in places like Afghanistan and Pakistan, where the social norms around dating are completely different from Africa, there's a tremendous amount of violence perpetrated and experienced amongst children in schools. And we know from our research overall that violence, bullying and violence by children against other children in schools is a pathway behavior to violence against intimate partners, whether in dating or in marriage. And so it's incredibly important that we address peer violence in schools, as well as addressing dating violence. What are the connections between violence against women and girls and the education sector? Well, in this diagram, I show you that on the one hand, education is incredibly important because it is very high school education has been very well shown to be protective against violence against women and girls. So supporting girls' education is also a key intervention. But violence against women and girls undermines girls' education. Mental health impact of violence against women and girls and teenage pregnancy very often precipitates dropout from school. And lower educational attainment amongst children affected by IPV in their home is something that's been well described. Schools can provide an opportunity for us to reach this very large sector of the population, but they can also threaten us by reinforcing the use of violence when children experience corporal punishment and the conservative gender norms that we need to address in order to prevent violence. So schools are a critical context, and we need to grasp this setting and implement interventions that can be taken forward as effective in reducing gender inequality and reducing the use of violence. In the global literature, school-based interventions have been shown to prevent both dating violence and peer violence, but we need much more work to understand how to deliver these as effective classroom and lesson interventions. The most effective interventions are not delivered in lesson time. The most effective interventions seek to empower children, which is something that many of our education systems do not seek to do. They need to be age appropriate. They need to take into account the fact that children take a long time to learn, and only interventions delivered over a couple of years were seen to be effective in What Works. They need to be delivered to address multiple drivers of violence, And effective methods must be participatory, including using play-based life skills, build gender equity, relationship and communication skills, and foster positive interpersonal relations. What is amazing about What Works is that we worked in 13 countries. The cultural differences between South Africa and Afghanistan are enormous. And yet we saw that even though we worked in many different countries using 4 different types of interventions, adult and children as different target groups, and very, very diverse settings, that there are common elements of interventions that are required to be in place if interventions are more effective. And these common elements apply irrespective of setting. Some of these are elements of the design of interventions, and some of them are about how we implement them. In design, we've seen that interventions have to be rigorously planned with a robust theory of change rooted in the local context. They need to tackle multiple drivers of violence, such as gender inequity, poverty, poor communication, marital conflict. Especially in patriarchal contexts, they need to work with women and men, and where relevant, also with families. Effective interventions are based on theories of gender and social empowerment and built on a view that behavior change is a collective process rather than just an individual process. And they seek to foster positive interpersonal relations and build gender equality. They use participatory group learning methods, whether for adults or children, and built into these are critical reflection, communication and conflict resolution skills. With children, the design needs to be age appropriate with a longer time for learning and engaging pedagogy, including, for example, sport and play where relevant. We've seen that carefully designed user-friendly manuals for interventions are critical and enable interventions to accomplish their goals. And we've seen that integrating support for survivors of violence is vital. We very often try and distinguish prevention from supporting survivors because we know that if all we do is put up shelters, that we don't stop women being beaten. But at the same time, it's incredibly important that when we try and prevent violence, that we show we care about survivors. We show that women experiencing violence matter, and that we build this into our intervention. And then we need to acknowledge that the powerhouse of our intervention is actually the people who deliver it. All of our interventions are delivered by people. They need to be carefully selected so that they already espouse the values of gender equality and non-violence before we deploy them. And then we need to properly train them and supervise them and monitor and support them while they're working. And we need to enable these interventions to be delivered with optimal intensity. They have to be resourced to be long enough, to have long enough and frequent enough sessions, so that we can enable experiential learning and reflection across the course of the intervention. So on this slide, I summarize a key table which is going to appear in a report that we're just finalizing as part of What Works, which is an overview of the field. And as we conclude our What Works program, we've gone into the literature and we've actually identified every research study that has shown an evaluation of a randomized controlled trial or a quasi-experimental study with a control group. And it's really interesting because although we often think about the evidence as being small, our evidence base isn't small anymore. There are 98 rigorously evaluated interventions in the published literature to guide our knowledge. And 67 of these come from low and middle income countries. We've obviously substantially advanced the degree of knowledge through our What Works papers, and we include those in the numbers. But while we sit with an evidence base of 67 evaluations from our settings, we really need to say we have an evidence base that we must use. We're not in a situation where we don't know what works. We don't know how to frame our programs. We do know what works, and we now know how to make interventions from these categories more effective. So I've talked about many of the groups here of the different interventions, but I think a key finding is that we have 9 types of interventions where there are 2 or more studies where really well-designed interventions have been well evaluated and shown to be able to actually impact, showing a reduction on physical or sexual intimate partner violence. And that is our real strength. There is another set of 4 interventions where there is 1 study which has been very well implemented and evaluated, which has shown effect. And so this is an area where obviously more attention is needed, but the interventions are promising. There are a set of interventions where the evidence is conflicting, and there have been some very good studies that show these interventions have not worked. And it's important that we're cautious with that group. And then we now know certain things don't work, and we shouldn't be doing them. We know that just providing economic empowerment on its own, except cash transfers, but other forms of economic empowerment, doesn't stop women being beaten. So they shouldn't be funded out of our violence prevention rand dollar kwacha. We know that brief bystander interventions don't work, and brief counselling and safety planning for pregnant women doesn't work. So we shouldn't be doing those. And then there are a set of areas where there is insufficient evidence, but given what we know about what is required for interventions to work, we do not think that it is likely that as standalone interventions these will be ever shown to work. One is social marketing campaigns and edutainment, and the other is digital technologies for VOG prevention. This doesn't mean they may not have a role combined with other elements, but on their own, we shouldn't rely on them to prevent violence. So I would conclude that we have a repertoire of interventions that are effective, and we need to take them and adapt them for our setting and get the resources to take them to scale. So I want to conclude with the overarching message that violence against women and girls is preventable, and we have shown again and again that it can be prevented in programmatic timeframes. We have a repertoire of interventions that are effective and can be adapted and taken to scale, and we have now shown that robustly designed and implemented interventions are essential for success. Not everything works, and I think that is a key message. You have to do it properly to get it to work. But we are, with the state of knowledge in the field now, really positioned to make a real difference to women and girls' lives. And it is imperative that we seize the moment and move forward with impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jukes. Are you all empowered with information and knowledge this morning? I'm blown away from the feedback we just received from Professor. How many of us still do not believe it's possible? Okay, how many of us now believe it's possible to prevent violence against women and girls? I think she managed to convince us that it's possible, right? She says there's so much evidence. There is where we can learn from. The excuse of saying really what are effective prevention interventions should now not be on our lips. So may we give ourselves an opportunity now to address questions to Professor and probably even to some of us here. I'm sure we have many experts in the area who can add and substantiate some of the things that she has mentioned. So do we have a moving mic so that we take a few questions, comments, additions, but we have to be very brief before we go for tea. Yes, I see one hand. Second hand. Okay, I think we have around 2-3 people want to make comments. 3? Yes. Do we have a roving mic? No, there are mics on the table. We can start with the first hand. I'm told there are mics on the table. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Nzin Duna and I'm from Wits University. My question for Rachel is, the drivers that you have just shared with us, are these new drivers or did you just learn about these drivers? And if they are new drivers, how did we arrive at these drivers? And are these interventions addressing how we arrived at these drivers, things like poverty, things like lack of communication, and all these drivers that we have listed? And these drivers, do you as researchers foresee that they are going to move to other countries that have low prevalence right now so that we prevent violence in those countries before it starts? Thank you.
Thank you. That's the first question. Second? Yes.
Thank you very much for that informative research. I'm looking forward to reading the whole report. My name is Lorato Malusi from Botswana. Maybe you mentioned, but I missed. What I want to ask is how much of this research is focusing on upscale families?
It's focusing on?
Upscale families. I have seen that we are talking about violence being prevalent amongst poor families, and I'm just saying how much of our research is also looking at upscale families so we can measure the level of violence in those families as well.
I'm sorry, I don't know what an upscale family is.
Well-off families. Well-off families, rich families, yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, yes. Yeah.
Thanks, Rachel. Nicolette Naylor from Ford, Southern Africa office. I wanted to see how is the message around what's effective and particularly what's not effective and what's not working, how is that being interacted with by governments in terms of thinking about scale, and how is civil society groups interacting with this information?
Thank you. I think those are enough for now.
Sorry. Thank you very much for the questions. The issue with the drivers, first of all, the drivers of violence, I think what we've done over the last few years is to crystallize our knowledge. They're not new drivers. In fact, I wrote a paper in 2002 that was published around causes of violence against women, published in The Lancet, and in fact, much of what we've got there was actually in that paper. So, no, they haven't, but I think there's been a lot of confusion sometimes around risk factors, and as people have been doing more epidemiological research, they've been measuring more different constructs and thinking about whether that particular construct is actually driving violence, whereas our argument is that actually rather than seeing constructs in an isolated way, what we need to do is to understand the latent issue which they may be indicators of. And so, for example, getting married and stopping women having contact with their birth family after a marriage is something that's commonly been shown to be associated with a greater risk of that woman experiencing violence. But it's not just that. that drives violence. And if you solved that particular problem, you wouldn't stop her experience of violence, because that is a manifestation of the system of ideas around the subordination of women within intimate relationships and within society. So I think it's understanding the latent construct, which is really, really important. And this probably answers the question about upscale families. Patriarchy and the subordination of women in relation to men spans all social classes and wealth groups. I remember it was only, 10, 15 years ago that the Vice President of Uganda spoke out about her own experience of violence in her relationship. And it is patriarchy driving it. So just as we know that poverty is a key driver of violence to the extent that people who are poorer have far fewer options, it's not the only driver of violence. And in different settings where people more highly educated, people are not poor, then other drivers of violence are still important. And to be honest, poor communication skills and ways of dealing with conflict within relationships can drive escalations of violence, whether it is emotional abuse or actually physical abuse, across all relationships. And we've shown through our interventions that actually combining a component to strengthen communication and reduce conflict within relationships is absolutely vital and is a pathway to the reduction of violence. So some of what we know today about drivers has come from the work we've done in trying to prevent violence, and when we've listening to the voices of women who've talked about their relationships being changed and what have been the pathways to that change within relationship. I think that the question about whether government and civil society are really taking on board what's effective is a critical one. I think the current state of knowledge and real engagement with the evidence is quite low. And it worries me enormously as we are now getting billions of rands allocated from the South African and other governments, that this money will be wasted if it is not spent on interventions that are supported by the evidence. And sometimes our success is our own enemy, because our success drives very large sums of money coming into a field and very short time frames as people become incredibly impatient to deal with the problem of violence. And I think that whilst we fully understand the impatience as we become outraged by every most recent story of a woman killed by her husband and boyfriend, we need to understand that prevention of violence against women and girls is work that needs to be planned and undertaken into the long term. It's not something that we are going to be able to eradicate across the country in a short-term period, and therefore we should not support short-term solutions. Solutions need to take into account the appropriate time frame for doing the work properly, because my daughter and your daughters will not benefit if we don't do this work properly, and it is for them that we want to succeed.
I think there was one more question before we wrap. Then we'll have an opportunity after getting a cup of tea to engage some more together with our panelists that will be joining us in the front. Yes.
Professor, you outlined that social marketing and awareness-raising campaigns don't work, but did the research at all examine targeting the media as a whole, unstereotyping content and media representation rather than just campaigns, social behavior change campaigns?
Okay.
Okay, hi, Professor. My question is a quick one. Your slides often show the importance of community activism and engagement of NGOs. So my question is, how accessible are you in terms of training, empowerment, and capacitation of those NGOs or NPOs and activists that are active within the communities in delivering what works. You know, what support is there to assist us in programming to ensure that the programs that we are implementing are those that actually do work?
Okay.
Thank you.
The last one before we go for tea.
The last one, we had a robust discussion here in our table, but I saw one of your slides, Prof, speaking about poor mental health as well as substance abuse. Now, are there programs that are geared towards our state of mind that are addressing us in terms of gender-based violence? That was what overwhelms me because we were engaging in this. Thank you.
Thank you. She's going to respond, then we take a quick cup of coffee, then we come back to engage with our panelists. Thank you.
On the media, I think the media has an enormously valuable role. I really appreciate the way in which the South African media takes up issues of gender-based violence and discusses the issues, particularly in the news. And I think the work that's done in this country is excellent, and I wish there could be such good work done in all of our countries. I think this is vital for reminding people about the fact that this is a real problem, something which is intolerable that's happening in our families, our homes, and our communities. And it's really, really important that we have this. I think that the overall task of trying to address the stereotype portrayals of women within the media, and often the acceptability and normative nature of the use of violence, particularly in dramas in the media, is absolutely critical. And I think social marketing can play a very important role, particularly providing people with information about laws and policies. I regret the fact that I actually find it very infrequent that real information is conveyed by marketing campaigns, and I think it's something that really needs to change. But so it's not that the media doesn't have an important role, but I think that what is vital is that we understand that if what you want to do is to stop a man hitting a woman, you have to do more than put up posters or even have some form of drama discussed on the radio. You have to go beyond that, and that's what our work shows. If we're to end violence against women and girls, we have to be able to address and bring to the party all settings, all players within a country, and the media are one that are critical, and they need to work together with everybody else, and I'm really pleased we have some very good examples of this. NGOs are critical too, and there is a need for capacity building because many NGOs haven't worked on violence against women and girls before. They've been set up to work in the HIV sector or in other sectors or doing general community development. And I think it is incredibly important that we work out how we can capacitate, train and support NGOs to deliver effective interventions. And it was one of the things I think we should really discuss about how can it be done. The powerhouse for this type of work are organizations like Project Empower, who have been working on these issues over many years. And I hope that we can develop a framework for building on the experience of the organizations that have been rooted in communities delivering really good programming and how they can share so that we can develop cascades of impact throughout our communities. On mental health, we know that men who've experienced severe trauma in childhood are much more likely to perpetrate. Men who've got PTSD are much more likely to perpetrate. And depression in particular, whilst it's for women is caused by experience of violence, it also makes them much more vulnerable. And substance abuse, we know, is a very important trigger for violence. So we need mental health programs. There are psychotherapeutic interventions that are all based on different versions of cognitive behavioral therapy that do work with people who have mental health problems and or substance abuse problems. And particularly we've seen success in a variety of interventions, not just ours, working with couples. and these can be incredibly important. What we need to work towards is a repertoire of interventions that can be deployed across communities. So couples that have particular problems with substance abuse and mental health can access psychotherapeutic interventions, that there's support for women who are experiencing violence in women's safe spaces. There's community activism effectively delivered across communities, interventions within our schools, programming to support the work of police, bringing on board community journalists. We need to have economic empowerment interventions, combining gender transformative and economic approaches. We need to have this combination of different types of interventions delivered within our communities to really be able to address our problems.
Thank you very much. You read my mind well. I was just about to ask you to clap for her and for ourselves. May we take like a 15 minutes tea break and then be seated by 12:30? Thank you.
So, okay. Tea will be served in the foyer and courtyard. It's on my left.
When you come back, you just
Introduce John.
yeah.
And then,
But the speakers, when you go, we just encourage them to come back from tea.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is this on?
Are we going to move this in?
You want to move?
I think so. Can you
Yeah,
move?
or it can just.
Yeah, we'll ask them. We'll ask them.
And then we move the
Oh,
chair
maybe we move the chairs closer.
closer.
Oh, okay. Let's ask. We'll ask
Because
them.
they're not hiding anything.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know. Do you think it can move?
And then we can turn the chairs like this so that it's a nice.
So the intention is you give each of them one opportunity?
Not one opportunity, it's like a series of questions.
Yeah, I saw 3, 4 questions.
Yeah.
So you're going to have one person take a round, another take a round?
Yeah.
Okay.
Engage, yeah.
How are you, sir?
All right yourself, ma'am.
Yeah, good.
100%.
Because we're going to have panelists here who are going to speak.
Okay.
It's better we move this, we take it out and they just move it.
You're going to move
between-
this as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, it can just be on the side, just a little bit.
The podium. Okay.
But we can remove this one, so that they
And then
use this one.
Do you have the mics?
I'll just put it on the floor here.
Sorry?
You mean this one?
That's this one.
Do you have the mics for the speakers?
Oh, for each speaker.
Yes.
You'll have to ask the sound guy.
Oh.
Chilani, we need the mics for the speakers. Do they have this?
Okay, so that they don't move it, eh?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he says he's going to put it down. Yeah, he has gone to ask the sound guy. He has gone to ask the sound guy. Trying to figure out. Is it better you are in the middle or on them? So that you see all of them. So that 6, 5, yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. At least. Yeah, we'll try to get the women to sit on the side. Yeah. I think it's. Do you know who they are? It's. Yeah. It's. No, it's fine. No, I know. I just wanted to think about the dress code.
And
you stick to.
Hey, okay,
You have.
everyone. What did Bachenji say? Because
No,
my
because-
question.
No, even
Fiona
Fiona did
said
mention
that
that
the
it
High
will be the
Commissioner is coming.
ambassador.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
He's here.
Okay.
So now in terms of dress code, we are okay? We
No,
are
I have all of them. They're all here. Just that the others are still in the briefing thingy. In the briefing.
BMZ,
in the
do you know
thing.
who this is, Nicole?
Yeah, yeah. Everyone is here.
Okay.
Everyone is
Is
here.
she around now? Nicole? Or she's in the...
I think she's in the.
Okay, great.
But they are about to finish. Begonia.
So this little mic here is feeding to the cameras. It's feeding to the cameras, the video cameras, and encourage people to stay here. Like with the minister. No, the minister moved, yeah. But we still will pick up. It's just that you get the best audio
Okay, so
off
your
this.
encouragement is that we don't move this one?
We don't. We try and encourage people to stay at the podium.
Aha. Oh, for the discussion, that means this is not the one to use.
This one stays here. They'll provide another one.
Ah. Okay, so if you want to move this, can we just move it at there at least so that it moves with the stand, eh?
I'm sure we could.
Yeah, I just don't want to tamper with it. So we just need it just a little bit on the side. So we can move it just here so that you don't take it too far. It disturbs your things. Yeah. That's good, right? He advises that we don't use this one.
So what's going to happen now?
We're going to talk to... Did you talk to the sound guys?
I spoke to him
And they said?
He's told me to...
He's consulting his people.
Yeah.
I do think it's possible. Because the only option we have now is when they don't, then we're going to have to take this one, but he's encouraging that this one shouldn't be moved. I mean, for this meeting.
But is there not another roving mic? Because this is a fixed mic.
There is another one.
There should be a roving mic.
At least 2. We need 3 at least. Can we,
maybe
in
the
the
sound-
meantime, move
See,
this?
If there's another roving mic, then it will pass.
Yeah. So can
Yeah.
we move this one because
Yeah.
this guy's about to come back? All right. We'll bring it back after this.
Can we please come back, please? Yeah. They're organizing another mic. May you please come back? You may bring your tea inside. That's it.
You are. I upi memes. Yeah, light lane. I like this.
Can you touch inside you?
Year-olds. Oh. This one is saying memes. Memeza.
Using this?
Maybe when you don't see it's in the dark, you can press it.
What is this?
It's a light.
You press?
Yeah, there we go.
I'm telling you that I like coming to this.
Yes, ma'am. Chin. No, where we are, you'll find that they are sponsoring Uchwal. Soft drinks, you don't get. You pay for your soft drinks. But when it comes into Heineken Uchwal, you just take it. It's free.
Okay, so
May we please take our seats? Cosmo. Cosmo Bartman, please switch off your mic. Okay, I think we should start. People are socializing. Yeah, please. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, may we all please take our seats. We do recognize that there was a problem with the coffee station, and we apologize for that. Joan, please ask them to come in. Yeah, because if we don't start, we are going to start now. I think we can't wait for people who are outside. Yeah. We are going to have the high-level panel discussion. May I introduce Ms. Joan Mweketsi, who is the component manager for South Africa for the Partnership for Prevention of Violence Against Women and Girls in Southern Africa, implemented by GIZ. Please switch off those memezas. So, but before Joan, I would like to call upon the Deputy Minister. Yeah, to say her goodbyes in a nice way, in a memeza way.
Can we leave those boxes alone? Okay. Can I ask the tea drinkers? I know we are in Africa, we love tea. They can go back. I'm not going to be here for 2 minutes. So they arrived late. So can I get a sense that everybody got a box that looks like this? All right, so Joan will make sure that we send more, because we were told there's 200 people, so we brought 200. But I want to believe there are 209 people in the room that has a box like this. All right, please follow my instructions. Because you will be talking about best practice, this is called my memeza, which is my personal alarm. So for those that have it, please take it nicely out of the box. Don't do anything that I'm not asking you to do. You see? If you look in the box, there are stories of women. It's been 3 years since we came up with the memeza, and it has saved a lot of the lives of women. So the stories that you will read inside the box. When you turn it around, at the back, it has social development, and it has the command center line. That also has a please call me, because we understand that our clients won't have data all the time. On that side, there's a plastic that is sticking out. Please pull it out. A plastic, nothing else. Hold on, guys. You pull out the plastic. So put it back. Put it back. Guys, no. Can you please put it back together? Because, please put it back together. Now, please. Thank you. No, put it back together. It's important because I want you to understand. Okay. I'm not sure what is the relationship between this black thing and a plastic at the back. So I'm trying to, okay, it's very serious that your memeza does not ring. Now, this memeza is linked. You'll have the one that is, what I know is I'm in a conference for adults, so I really find it a bit disturbing. If you're not listening to what, these ones are sponsored by Heineken. So it has nothing to do with alcohol. We're raising different sponsor because we are still to build the Memeza into our budget. And we would like every South African to have one. For those that are coming from South Africa, it's very important that you know, when you are in South Africa, that goes for our guests. When your Memeza rings for more than 10 minutes, the way you have been doing, you are activating the police, you are activating a whole response. So it's not a toy. Please don't ring it unless, because it has a geolocator inside and under the strip. It is linked to our command center. It has a torch, so the button at the front, it's also to say to a woman, if you use the outside toilet, instead of taking the normal torch, take this one, so that if there's somebody or something outside, the first idea is to scare them. The second idea is to call for help. So since I welcomed you to South Africa, I would like us to rise, observe a moment. I was supposed to do this at the opening. I would like us to also understand that this is also for those that can't afford to pay private security. They hang it to the door, this part and this part. If anyone tries to come in first entry, the two separates and makes the noise that has been disturbing us. Now, as I stand here, I was raped by a teacher at 14 in a school for the blind. And that's how I lost my virginity. I have a 29-year-old girl who will never forget, and nobody will make her forget that she is a victim of rape. So that stigma and everything. And obviously at that time, the Memeza was not there. If it was there, I would have screamed. Or if termination of pregnancy was there, maybe I would have terminated. But right now, the issue is I am raising an amazing girl that I had to make sure the pain of the rapist that raped me, I don't take it out on her. But like any child, she wanted to know her father. And that is why I'm saying I had to go find my rapist so that I can show my child who her father is. And that is part of the tools and the deep sense of how we're going to win this war. So as we all stand to remember, shall we all stand? Hold on to your Memeza for those that have. And for a minute, we will break the silence. We will win this fight, and together we can. So we always say to our victims when we issue this Memezas, which is my IP, it is manufactured by Victims of Gender-Based Violence, which is an NPO of women, and it's 100 Rand each with your branding, but we are looking for making sure we've only distributed 20,000 to girls who walk to school, to doctors who work late. We would like those that can help us get as many of these with your funding, with your branding opportunity in the hands of many South African women and girls. Please be in touch with us because we want to get every South African woman. We've tested this and the evidence has shown. So for a minute, we are going to listen to the noise because we're breaking the silence. We're remembering the rape victims, femicide victims, and the pain that follows this particular scourge that we are dealing with. So on a count of 3, we shall all do that. 2, 3, 1.
Thank you, TM. Thank you. John. May I request members of the panel discussion to come to the stage, please? Yeah, just here. Please, come up. Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Jane. How are you? Here we are. Oh, so thank you.
And then you can.
No? Yeah, just. Hi, how are you? I'm Joe. Hi, Joe. I will be moderating. Very good. Okay, Leopold. Thank you.
Yeah,
So I can talk now? Finally I can talk.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Is it still morning? Yes. Good morning to everyone, and all protocol observed. As already introduced, my name is John Mwegezi from GIZ, and I will be helping in the facilitation of moderation of this high-level panel discussion. I am as nervous because by just calling it high-level, then it means the standards has been set high. So I will try to also raise the bar. And a very good morning to our lovely panelists. Just as a way of introduction, I would like to say, we as the SADC region, we have a crisis in our hands. Violence against women and girls has become normalized as part of everyday life. The consequences of gender-based violence last a long time, and it also spans across generations. This gross violation of human rights has adverse effects on all layers of society, as well as the development of our SADC region. This is a challenge for all in our respective countries. A woman or girl who is experiencing gender-based violence in Mamelodi is having the same experience as a girl in Lusaka, in Maseru, as well as in Bulawayo. The borders between our various countries are sites of violence against women. Many women and children are vulnerable to rife incidents of violence as they move between various countries. The challenge of gender-based violence in our region is universal. So too, the solutions should be universal. We cannot continue working in silos. We need to speak in one voice to this common scourge we have. We need the countries to continue sharing innovations, insights, research, and mostly solutions with each other. We have delegates here today from 14 out of the 16 countries in our region. Only through multi-stakeholder partnerships, knowledge sharing, and evidence-based interventions, we can hope to alleviate this social ill. This opening panel today will be looking into good practices in preventing violence against women and girls. And we'll also explore within our region and globally in terms of this topic. On our panel today, we have Mr. Nigel Cassie, who is the British High Commissioner to South Africa. Welcome to South Africa. I know you've been here already. Ms. Nicole Shende, who's the Senior Policy Officer, Human Rights, Gender, and Inclusion of Persons with Disabilities from German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Welcome. We have Dr. Joseph Pizzo, who is the head of the gender unit at the SADC Secretariat. We also have Ms. Calliope Mingwero, who is the chief of Ending Violence Against Women section from the UN Women. And lastly, we have Dr. Alexander Erich, who is the program manager for the GIZ program Partnerships for Prevention of Violence Against Women and Girls in Southern Africa. I'm going to be inviting our panel to make an opening statement on what is it that you believe are the good practices in preventing violence against women and girls that we can learn from. And with this, I would like to start off with you, Dr. Pizzo. Are we doing enough to promote the prevention of violence against women and girls in our region? In the region, yes. Oh, sorry. The question is that, are we doing enough to promote the prevention of violence against women and girls in our region?
That's a very difficult question. Actually, I was discussing it with the Malebo sitting here in front of me yesterday when we were having supper. Yes and no. We are doing enough as far as production of frameworks, policies, and programs on paper are concerned. But we're not doing enough in translating those into concrete action. We need to now, in my view, start applying what we have set down to formulate. We have frameworks. Like I was saying this morning, we now have the regional gender-based violence strategy and framework of action. What we need to do now, member states, also like I said, by the time we developed this, they had already developed 14 countries of the SADC region had already developed national action plans. But it was very difficult to actually see the results of those action plans because, again, in the region, when we were developing this regional strategy, we also took the liberty to do what we called gender GBV is concerned. So yes, in terms of instruments, they are there. It is for now member states to start implementing. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much. And for me, it really shows that this is still a global challenge, and especially around the fact that we have policies and strategies that we have developed, but the implementation, we're still having a challenge with that. And with that said, I would like to come to you now, Ms. Chandra, because globally, can you also share in terms of what Dr. Pizzo has said? Is it the same, do you share the same sentiments with him?
Well, I can only say we are obviously not doing enough, because if we were doing enough, we wouldn't have had have these high numbers of prevalence. So there's still a huge amount of work to be done. That's very clear. But I do share your view in the sense that we have strategies. Our German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development has a gender strategy since 2014, where the addressing and preventing violence against women plays an important part. And we also have a gender action plan, 2016 till 2020, where preventing and addressing gender-based violence is one of the key themes we are addressing. So this is there, and I think it's important, because if we don't have that, we can't really refer to anything. So I wouldn't say it's not important, but of course you're right, we have to put that into practice. And German Development Corporation is trying to do that. What always helps, I feel, if really we get a good steer from above, like we did now with the Deputy Minister, that was really touching. For example, we had our minister, Dr. Gerd Müller, in 2017 in November. He presented an action, a 5 points of action plan against violence against women. So this has helped has helped us also. And one of the consequences of that was, for example, setting up the program here in Southern Africa of Partnerships for Prevention, which I'm sure Dr. Erich will talk more about. So,
is there any further additions? Okay, Mr. Kesse.
Just to add, I very much agree with that last point. We can have, as governments, we can and do have strategies and plans, but they are nothing unless they're implemented. And they won't come alive and really be embraced by society unless society sees and hears leaders from all walks of life giving out a consistent, strong, clear message about society's expectations of the way we all behave to each other, particularly men. So just to illustrate, when we had a session in Nyanga, outside Cape Town, who are engaged in a project Umbokodo, tackling exactly this issue, and that was a very deliberate choice, a bit surprising perhaps to some people for a royal visit, but it was a very deliberate choice on our part and on the part of Prince Harry and Meghan, because it's an important issue for them, and they wanted to send a very clear signal right from the beginning of their visit here that this was an issue that mattered to them, and it was an issue which Her Royal Highness then pursued throughout her visit, and had the pleasure of meeting Professor Jukes later in Johannesburg, and it's an issue which I know will continue to animate her work, not just because it's a South African issue, but precisely because it is a global issue, and we're all in this together. We have now got the evidence, courtesy of the research that Professor Jukes and colleagues have been doing and just presented. We know what works. We've tested some of the interventions. We can see the success rates, and it's really a question of scaling those up and getting the whole of society to embrace them, and rather than seeing it as something which has to be done top down by governments. Thanks.
At least from a global context, some of the challenges that the colleagues have mentioned we do share, and it's not only this region, but what we've seen so far, we've seen considerable progress in strengthening, for example, the justice sector, having laws in place, and this is important because we need to have the frameworks in order to improve the coordination and to strengthen the partnerships within specific frameworks. But we've seen provision of services, strengthen the justice sector with many flaws, I have to say. We are far from achieving quality services to survivors, but prevention particularly is a neglected area so far, and more work needs to be done. I think the field becomes more mature now, thanks to also to the work what works for prevention, and Professor Jukes presented this morning that we have more robust evidence at this point where we can see that violence is preventable. So we don't have excuses anymore to say that we don't know where to invest and what do. We have some interventions that we know that they work. At the same time, we have to remember, as the Commissioner said, that it's very important that we have to deal with the values, the norms, the attitudes of a society, of communities. And we have to do with very deep gender inequality entrenched in society. And that's why the broader work where we need to put all these interventions within the broader framework and work for advancing gender equality and fighting gender-based discrimination. And that's why violence is a reflection of gender inequality, clearly, and it's a form in order to maintain male power over women and to continue sustaining patriarchy in general. I mentioned the respect framework, the new policy framework that UN Women with the World Health Organization and other organizations developed. And in the meantime, we have some strategies that we can implement, and they do reflect the evidence so far. So the R stands for relationship skill strengthening, E for empowering women, S for services ensured, P for poverty reduced, E for environments made safe, C for childhood and adolescent abuse prevented, T for transformed attitudes, beliefs, and norms. And I invite this region as well to endorse the framework, to give you some significant entry points where you can start your work on prevention in a sustainable and efficient way.
Okay. I'm going to add something to that without repeating. I think I want to acknowledge first and foremost that we must appreciate all of the work that's being done by the colleagues here in the room. I think obviously we're not doing enough if you look at the numbers, but all of the stakeholders here from various ministries and NGOs have been working under very difficult circumstances with very little resources for many years. And we would not be here without their continued work and their passion and dedication and expertise. And so I think we need to acknowledge that when we travel around the region, we see plans, action plans, strategies are not resourced. And I think we have a task as development partners to support our partners to have their plans and strategies resourced. We're seeing it, South Africa is moving ahead. The emergency plan by the South African government has just been in the budget committee in Parliament, if I'm not mistaken. We try to assist in costing that plan. Now the new strategic plan is going to be costed. And I think that is experience that we must see be replicated throughout the region. We must look at those gender and development policies in Lesotho, in Zambia, in Zimbabwe, be resourced. Otherwise, it's just lip service.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Pitso, you want to say something following up on what?
Yeah, I'm
Dr.
sorry.
Eric said.
Alex excited me because it's one of the things that I ran out of time. I wanted to say that in addition to frameworks, I think we have to also acknowledge the fact that, we have, for instance, the Commonwealth Gender Management System. It's one structure that I'm so excited about, but it talks about things that if you look at our region, those things are not there. The issue of political will. Do we have political will? And even in terms of how the gender machineries operate in this region. We just did a study on assessment, an equal assessment of gender mainstreaming in our region. And we found that majority of the gender machineries are very, very weak. They are not weak because they don't have willing people. They are weak because they are not resourced. Both human and financial resources, they are very weak. And even those that have money, they also are doing what they are not supposed to do, because it is my considered view that gender machineries should facilitate gender activities, gender equality and women empowerment within member states, not for them to implement. That's why we have problems of civil society suffering. They are the ones, the foot soldiers, they are at the grassroots. They're supposed to be knowing exactly what is happening, but they don't get the resources because the resources are small. When the gender machineries get this money, they use it to just pay for people to keep on going around the country to see what is happening. But there's no tangible work that you actually see. These are some of the issues that, as Alex is saying, that we should be looking at issues of resources. I may give you an example. It's an open secret. I mean, SADC right now, we're supposed to serve 10 directorates within the SADC Secretariat as 16 countries. How do we do that with 150,000 per year? This is what we are confronted with. So I think we have to be very realistic in what we are talking about. If we want change, we should walk the talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pitso. And also hearing from our panelists, taking from globally, within the SADC region as well as locally, we can hear that there's a lot of strategies, policies that have been put in place, and it really confirms that gender-based violence in itself has been put in another level. So it has been elevated to another level. So I think as a follow-up for me, would really like to be, we have this policies, we have the strategies and all that. How do we make sure that we can better integrate gender-based violence prevention into these policies? We've spoken about, I think Dr. Rachel Jukes, when she also spoke, she spoke really about that gender-based violence is preventable. So there has to be more focus around how do we make sure that we prevent violence. So how do we make sure that this is also translated in the different policies and strategies that we are having? I think the first round flew like nicely, so we can also continue in that spirit, whoever that wants to.
Okay. So I think, and I would like to take it from where Joseph left it, about the ministries of gender. And of course, they play an important role to coordinate the activities within the government, etc. However, violence against women and girls is a complex phenomenon, and that's why it requires a complex and multidisciplinary response. And from our experience globally, what we have seen is that all ministries and all sectors, they need to be involved in order to respond. We need the Ministry of Health to integrate violence as in their agenda. We need the Ministry of Justice, of course. We need the Finance Ministry also to make sure that they include the budget lines that they need in order to fund properly the agenda, and particularly prevention of violence. Also, what we have noticed as a challenge, and I know that you said that we have enough frameworks, but also the challenge that we have seen globally is that usually we have rather ad hoc interventions on prevention, and what we haven't seen so far, although it's picking up, we haven't seen some effective coordination among the different partners to sit together and to really have an analysis of what are the risk factors, for example, in each country, based on some analysis and research. We know, as Rachel said earlier, for example, that child abuse could be contributing, also gender rigid beliefs, they could be globally some of the risk factors, but we have in specific country context other factors like abuse of alcohol and other substances, and also we need to know which groups and where and how they are in more vulnerable positions that they need some more intensified interventions. But all this needs to happen after there is some proper analysis and coordination among the different sectors and actors at country level.
Thank you. Any additions, especially basing it on the topic around integrating gender-based violence into those policies? And with regards to gender-based violence requiring a multi-stakeholder coordination approach, I think everybody agrees that yes, for us to effectively implement gender-based violence, we need that. And I'm also glad that we have covered that in our agenda. And I think tomorrow there was going to be a topic that really speaks about multi-stakeholder approach and how do we strengthen and promote those to preventing violence against women and girls.
But you see, Joan, I think that's important to note. This is not a trivial question. I think, the gender rights NGOs, ministries of gender, feel the responsibility. It's weighing heavily on them, and they're pretty much alone. Yeah? So we see every day how directors, technical people in ministries are struggling to get people in other ministries around the table. Yeah? How it's difficult to actually convene, and how actually then put actions to words. And I think this multi-stakeholder partnership approach, part of SDG 17, is a fairly new model of working with each other. It takes practice, it takes time for it to gel, for it to smoothen, and it's a rocky ride. But we, I think, must broaden the alliances. We must get other disciplines on board, and we must get the private sector on board. We must also tap into other sources of funding. But let's acknowledge that multi-stakeholder partnerships are a new mode of delivery, and they take time, and they need to mature over time. And then maybe the burden can also be shared. And I think that's a very important, also maybe light at the end of the tunnel, that this is something that can be shared.
Thanks, Alex. But then I also think this opportunity that we're having today creates for that, because there's quite a lot that can also be shared. I think in South Africa, through the interim steering committee that has been established that deals with violence against women and children, through the development of the National Strategic Plan, it also shows that there is already work around acknowledging the role of civil society, acknowledging that we need to be working together, where we have government, civil society, as well as the private sector working together to come up with solutions on how to address or how to best deal with issues of gender-based violence. So I'm just opening it up to say we can also share around the different methods or the different exchange platforms that you know of that are there, that are already starting to address the whole issue about multi-stakeholder coordination, but also that also makes sure that civil society organizations are also supported in implementing their work at local level. Dr. Pitt.
Just to mention that just last week, we had a workshop here in South Africa where we invited all the partners who are working in the region to really, popularize this strategy and also get to know what they are doing and what we are doing so that we can collaborate. We had about 12 partners, a majority of you here in the house were there. We're trying to actually address some of these issues of duplication and sometimes divergence, even in terms of advocacy, how we can come up with solid messages so that we don't contradict each other. But I would also like to address what Alex was saying, that the issue of convergence, collaboration, networking is very, very important. More often than not, when we talk about advocacy, we're just talking about messaging. We forget issues of networking, we forget issues of lobbying, we forget even issues of influential leaders, the communities, and so on and so forth. At least in terms of the tenets of advocacy, if we are to look at them, I don't think we are doing the right thing. But I would like to also revert to our region, that if I may give SADC Secretariat and SADC as example, we have Women, Peace and Security Agenda Strategy, as well as this regional strategy on GBV and framework of action. These are trying to address all the multiplicity of issues of conflict, even in non-conflict areas. But what I've noticed, like Alex was saying, is that we work in a siloed fashion. If you are, for instance, from Ministry of the organ politics and affairs, we just want to be interested in women, peace and security. And there will be issues there that are not necessarily addressed, that are in the strategy. You don't holistically look at the problem and see how you can solve. Even within SADC itself, we struggle sometimes to actually work together. If there's an invite, it's always, is it gender or is it, the organ and so on and so forth. So we need to actually understand the problem so that we can come up with appropriate solutions. The problem is the issue of tax. And as long as we work in that fashion, I think we'll always have a problem. Because it's like you are a busybody. When you say, they will say gender is a cross-cutting issue. So if I go to IDT, industrialization and trade, and tell them that these are some of the issues that you are, sexual harassment and so on and so forth. It's an article that is SADC protocol. What are you talking about? Here we're interested in trade, in industry, in making money, and so on and so forth. So the cross-cutting nature of gender in terms of really implementing it is still a challenge for majority of the people. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to very much reinforce that, because that's something actually I'm very impressed by the broad range of actors that are assembled here, and the many people also from different countries. I think that's great. If I think of Germany, we are very much, when we're talking about gender, and especially about gender-based violence, we are very much in a small kind of bubble where we know each other and we talk about that, and it's very difficult to reach out. So I would like to mention one example, what we are doing in Ecuador with our Previ Mujer program. We are trying to really cost the losses that the loss that is generated to the country, to the enterprises by gender-based violence. I know that shouldn't be our main approach. I mean, mainly we are talking about human rights of women, that's quite clear. But there are some actors that are not involved in this discussion at all, and you can sometimes rather or better convince them by really presenting figures and talking about money. So we're also trying to do that in order to, get broader alliances and really raise the awareness of everybody who's in the room and who is in charge to the importance of the problem.
Thank you very much. We've already heard there are different criterias and elements that really needs to be put in place to ensure that gender-based violence is effectively implemented. And with these good practices that we're talking about, I think I would like to ask a follow-up to really say, Dr. Pitso, you've already mentioned a whole lot about making resources available. You've mentioned a whole lot about having a political will, but then also as well as the important role that multi-stakeholder partnerships play in gender-based violence prevention. So in that line, maybe could you also share some bit of your perspective around what is it that we still need? What criteria do we use to really say that this is a good practice? So you've spoken, we need to have a political will, we have to have a strategy that is in place, we need to have resources, there has to be a multi-stakeholder collaboration and approach. What else do we need? What is it when we say this is a good practice? What other elements do we need to have in place?
You're putting me on the spot. You see, the reason why when I started at the beginning I was saying that frameworks are there is that when you look at issues of good practice, like for instance in the GBV area, you would recall that every robust document dealing with the GBV has to take into account essential package of services, which would be dealing with what she was talking about, issues of the judiciary, issues of the psychosocial, issues of the health, issues of services themselves, who is there, and so on and so forth. Once you have this, it's very, very important in our considered view that because we are talking about evidence-based programming, you cannot talk about best practice if you do not document what you are doing. It's always very important to know where you are so that in the process you are able to evaluate what you have been doing so that you reflect, you look at the intended and unintended results, and then you see how best you can move forward. These are very, very critical things. They are all known, but as to whether they are done is another thing. We all know here, I mean, majority of us, the reason why we are here is because we know what needs to be done. The question is, why are we not doing it? Like I was saying, even when we were launching this strategy, we already had a gender-based violence comprehensive study of the region, where we can tell you that the young people in Namibia, in Botswana, in South Africa, are having serious problem in terms of GBV. We have even categorized types of, gender-based violence, be it IPV, be it economic, be it emotional, and so on and so forth. We know all these things. Now, in 5 years, when we go to measure this thing, what will we be measuring? What is it that we are doing that we think we will, will reduce the intimate partner violence among young people and so on and so forth? So, evidence-based programming that is underpinned on robust method of monitoring and evaluation. For me, this is the way to go. Of course, not forgetting the human and financial resources, because all these things, they don't work like Holy Spirit. They need support. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Pitso. Looking at you now, Mr. Casey, just to add on, there is already M&E that has been added into that.
Well, to the question of what constitutes good practice, what does it look like? I think we've already talked about the importance of basing policies on evidence. We have the evidence now, so we have a firm foundation to do that. We've talked about the importance of integrating policies to tackle gender-based violence in everything else that we do. And I think since we're here with a large gathering of community-based and NGOs, it's important to stress the importance of a bottom-up approach. I mean, we've all got policy frameworks at a national level. They're important, but important as they are, they will not be alive unless they are really embedded in the lives, particularly of young boys and men who are often the perpetrators and sometimes the victims, and women and girls. So we need to have an approach which focuses on victims and on perpetrators, and we will know success when it is no longer, gender-based violence is no longer something which is only talked about by ministers of gender, but and by community-based organizations who care about the issue, but by the whole of society, when it's firmly embedded in schools, when church-based organizations are talking about this freely, when community leaders are talking about this daily without inhibition, when society as a whole has really embraced the need to change attitudes, change values. That's how we will recognize success when we get there. We've clearly got a long road to travel, but it can't be, as I said, can't be an effort which is just about what government ministries do. Thanks.
Thank you. You've also added a whole of society approach that is also needed to address gender-based violence.
Very quickly to add, I think it's very important what you have just said. And I think we've heard the evidence so far, and when we assess how good a practice is and, or promising, it's usually when they have been rigorously evaluated, for example. And we know that it's not always possible because of the cost and sometimes ethical considerations depending on the intervention. And I think it's very important also to consider some of the practices and interventions that they haven't been evaluated rigorously, but they have been the work of women's rights movement and community-based groups for ages. And they were trialing and they were learning from practice and error, and somehow we need to integrate it, as you were saying as well, in these efforts of having effective programming for preventing violence.
Do you like
Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, people who know me know I have a difficulty not speaking, so I'm taking the opportunity. No, you know, there's so much to talk about in terms of good practice, but if I were to pick one thing, I would say GBV prevention must be gender transformative. Now, that sounds like an obvious thing, but it's not, because it's a very uncomfortable conversation to have, because you're talking about your human relationships, you're talking about what's happening in the family, and it's a very uncomfortable and inconvenient truth, yeah, that you have to face. And I think we can't shy away, yeah? So we can't shy away from gender transformation, we can't shy away from those conversations. Essentially, it's not development partners who are going to have those conversations. Let's be clear about that also. Yeah, it's communities amongst themselves who are having those conversations. We can provide the platforms, we can provide the space, we can support that, we can be transparent about our values, but essentially communities must have that conversation. Without a conversation about gender, I don't think we're going to win. So it must be gender, and it is radical. Yeah? So is there a space, yeah, where we can protect women, where we can prevent gender-based violence while respecting a cultural space, while respecting cultural difference? Is that a conversation we can have? And I think gender transformation must be at the core of that. That's best practice or good practice in its essence for me.
Another element is creating a space for dialoguing around the topic of gender-based violence, but not only looking at gender-based violence, but also looking at gender transformative issues. Is there pressing, because I would like to move on. I've already been told that we are running a bit out of time. So
just one little thing. I mean, I agree to everything what was said. It's really very important to be transformative, to go to the root of the problem, and also to really involve and to acknowledge the work of women's movements over these decades, and to listen to the women themselves. I think that's, I mean, it's great to have all these quantitative evaluations, but we also have to look at the qualitative aspect and listen to women's voices and girls' voices. The only thing I missed a little bit, I would like to add, is that we also have to think of SDGs and the principle of leaving no one behind. So we also have to look at the at the intersectional aspects of the problem. You know, the different forms of discrimination that face women of different ethnic backgrounds, of women with disabilities, women with or people with different gender identities. So we should not forget that when we are programming.
Thank you very much for raising that, Ms. Chandra. Just to indicate that also the topic will form part of the clinics that we'll have today, also looking at the exact things that we've been talking about. I would like to now, before, just also open for the floor, if they are having any questions and comments based on what has been presented today or in this panel. So I need somebody to help with the roving mic. I can already see that we have hands up there, so I'm just going to start on my left and request somebody to please help us with the counting. I see you, Tete. I see you, Chilani. We will have, mics are on the table, yes. Okay, you wanted to say that, Tete. Oh, thank you. I'm old school. Can I also have a show of hands again? So I will take 4 from this side and then take 4 from the other side, if it's okay with you. Because there are a lot of hands that have been raised, so I don't want to, remember it was leaving no one behind. Okay, I'll start from my left. I think it's you, Gail. I see Gail. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon to the panelists. My name is Gail Smith, and I'm from the Soul City Institute for Social Justice, and we work in social and behavior change. I think my question for the panelists is, to what extent patriarchy is at the center of the analysis of the interventions that you are engaged in? I think definitely in the context of South Africa, the zeitgeist of the moment, the women's movement at the moment, and the ways in which young women in particular are taking the lead in gender-based violence, against gender-based violence, are showing that increasingly young women are demanding that we do begin to engage with patriarchy as a driver of violence against women. Not just patriarchy as it is being expressed by men and boys, but also the myriad ways in which it has been expressed by the state and other critical actors. So I'm curious as to what extent you think that is a critical analysis for the work that you're doing on violence against women and gender-based violence, and also to what extent you are using an intersectional approach, because that is absolutely critical, certainly in the context of this jurisdiction, this country, and in terms of our constitutional framework.
Okay, number 2 at the back, and then I'm going to move to the other side and take 2 more. I've been told now that we've run out of time, so would like to just only address 4 questions, if it's okay with you.
Hi,
okay.
Good morning, and thank you for everyone from the panel. My name is Anthony Walters, and I'm the director for the Gay and Lesbian Network in Pietermaritzburg. The focus that we've all been discussing about leaving people behind is that the focus has always been on heterosexual women, but we're finding that from our organization that a lot of LGBTI women, especially black lesbian women and transgender women, are actually at the scourge and been experiencing the high rate of hate crimes against them, where they are murdered and raped to correct them. So my concern is that there's no resources for the sector at all to actually address the issues of gender-based violence perpetrated against LGBT women in our country. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we move to the other side? Tulan, I need you to also help me with. Yeah, can we have one from that table? And then we have one at the back, please. From this table, can we only have one?
Merci beaucoup. Moi, je suis Jeanne Nzouzi. Je viens de la RDC de la société civile. Dans notre accompagnement des victimes, nous devrions amener les victimes à être autonomes. Mais il se pose un problème de ressources. Ici, j'ai entendu que l'Afrique du Sud a eu un budget pour son plan de lutte contre les violences. Et là, je voulais avoir des éclaircissements. Est-ce que dans les lignes budgétaires de ces plans, il y a un fonds de réparation? Et s'il y en a, quel est le ministère qui est chargé de la gestion de ces fonds?
I hope somebody is translating for us. Can we get from the back, the last table at the back? Please keep it sweet and crisp.
Yes, I will. I'm Carol Podetingono from Valued Citizens Initiative, and I wish to find out how do we also align the customary and civil laws regarding to this issue of gender-based violence, as it has a huge impact when both are contradicting one another, and how do we make sure that our children know their rights? As it has a huge impact on how then prevention takes place.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to now come back to our panel just to ask if you have any response to any of the questions. Maybe one response per panelist, any of the questions that have been raised. Maybe some were even comments.
Just to start, if I may, I think Gail, I can't remember where Gail had a question which started off about whether patriarchy was a fundamental part of the analysis. I think the answer's got to be yes. I mean, we saw from Professor Jukes' presentation that was one of the significant findings from the What Works study, and so from my perspective, it's an unequivocal yes to that question.
The one on patriarchy and my reflection with what the Deputy Minister was saying this morning, I think she articulated the issue of patriarchy very, very well. Because sometimes when we talk about patriarchy, we forget that patriarchy is a system, it's not a person. I've been in forums where which I'm always used to, the only male, and people would just point at me and say, "You men, what?" Then I said, no, patriarchy is not men. It's a system that is always passed through by both men and women, and we need to dismantle it because, are premised on the perceived norms, customs, tradition, and so on and so forth. But of course, we do know that in our region, when we try to deal with interventions that deal with patriarchy, sometimes there are some backlashes. I would give an example of one critical issue that we've been dealing with for the past 4 years. We have a resolution on women, girl, child, and HIV. And this resolution brought in, all the UN partners, including SADC, and we looked at all the dimensions that actually could contribute to the spread of HIV. And we came up with 5 themes. I can quickly run through them. One was to look at creating opportunities for young people to get jobs and so on and so forth, and skill building. The other one, we were looking at the retention of girls in schools and so on and so forth, that when they fall pregnant, they should be able to come to school. We were looking at issues of men and boys. We were looking at issues of gender-based violence. And all these were trying to be multifaceted and multidimensional in terms of addressing some of these issues. And the last one, which I have not forgotten, is the scientifically age-appropriate comprehensive sexuality education. And we went further to come up with working now with SADC-PF, with what we called GROM, which is Gender Responsive Oversight Model, where now we were saying we have parliamentarians, we have regional women parliamentary caucus, and these are women who are basically there because they know gender issues, and they were now tasked with the role of making sure that the executive actually implement some of these themes that we are talking about. And to tell you the truth, even right now as we speak, despite the animated effort at the beginning, I can't tell you how much we have attained in terms of results. But the issue of patriarchy, basically what I'm saying is that we are trying, issues of scientifically age appropriate, blah, blah, is to deal with the issues of male involvement. We are still trying to look at that. There was also an issue of the binary law, or what they called, the existence of civil and customary law. It's also a thorn in our skin in our region, because almost every, member states has a dual legal system. And we even have, one country that is not party to our protocol because they were objecting to some of the issues that deal with both customary and civil society, civil law. But these are issues that obviously we need help from organizations like UN Women and others, how to deal with them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Pitso. As you can see that there is quite a lot to still talk about, but unfortunately we have ran out of time. But I would like to also propose that if you still have a question that you feel that it's pressing and addressed to an individual member of the panel, please make time during lunch to engage, or you can even write down your questions, give them to our MCs or program directors for the day, and then they will also make sure that your questions are responded to. On that note, I would just like to give our panel like just 20 or 10 seconds closing remarks. Dr. Pitso, I assume you've already done your closing. Okay. And then to the other panel members.
Just 20 seconds. I think with the scale of the statistics of gender-based violence, both in South Africa and around the world, it's easy to despair of the possibility of reversing the scale of the problem. I hope that people will take away from today a message that sexual violence is preventable. We have the evidence not only of what causes it, but what works in stopping it. It's now a question of taking that evidence and applying it in a positive spirit, and acknowledging the work that many of you have done over many years to get us to this point. So it's I hope a conference which will give you hope rather than leaving you too despondent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Exactly. I think it's the simple fact that this conference takes place and that there are so many people in the room with so much experience and so much zeal to do something. I think that's reason for hope. And so just let's go out and do it.
I think it is important to accelerate our action. Time is up. We don't have any more time to contemplate. We have some evidence. We have the political will, commitment. We need more resources in order to implement these evidence-based interventions and community-based practices. And it's very important also to strengthen autonomous women's movement in order to be able to continue generating legal policy reforms, and also to be able to implement community-based programming. And of course, women who face multiple forms of discrimination, they need to be at the center of our actions and our programs. Thank you.
Okay. 20 seconds? All right. Enjoy lunch, have a great afternoon, and I'll see you tonight at the cocktail. Thank you very much.
Okay, and just as part of closing, I think I would like to thank you very much for making time to sharing your insights and experience with us. And then I would also like to say to everyone here today that we have at least 1.5 days of engagement, so please feel free to share and engage and exchange, but also having fun. Thank you very much. Handing over to the MCs.
Thank you very much, Joan, and to the members of the panel. Can we give them a round of applause again, please? We are going to break for lunch. Until 2:30. I can say lunch is optional, but the break is for everyone. So we'll be ushered out to the restaurant. We are going to use this exit back to the foyer, and then there'll be people who are going to show us where lunch is. And then we are not coming back to this room, to this plenary room. We are going to the clinics. So make sure that you take all your personal belongings or effects with you as you leave the room. Let me repeat, don't leave any of your belongings. Okay, can we wait for the announcements, please? Please, please, please. Right, do we all have this map? Yeah, I just want to correct one thing on the map. For topic 7, it will be in lecture room number 10. It says on your map, lecture room number 10 will be in lecture room number, topic number 10 will be lecture room number 10. So topic 7 will be in lecture room number 10. So if you have a problem finding your lecture room, please do ask us, we'll show you. So once again, you are invited for cocktail this evening. So it will start at 5 o'clock, and then it's next to the spa area. So you'll ask for direction where the spa area is. 5 o'clock, we are starting with a cocktail. Enjoy your lunch.
Amkita, can you come this way? Vietnam, can you come this way? Change your seat.
But I'll do
You are going to send it to me, ne? Send it to the group. No, no.
I'm addressing the meeting.
Don't talk.
Yes.